Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. Whoop. You are the Pixel Pals. Whoop. There we go. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. That doesn't look very lit up, does it? It's supposed to be blue. Oh, hello. There you go. A little bit better. You all right, buddy? One of my lights, I'm sort of losing it. It's all red in here, and my hair is very. Oh my goodness, are you okay? What's going on, bud? He's not really outputting very much light. Okay, well, I guess I'll just have to deal with that. I'm looking like Andre 3000 right now here on the stream. Welcome everybody to another episode. It's Monday. I just got back, well, not got back, but yesterday and the day before, I was attending the very first Alt Games Fest here in Sydney. I am from a part of Sydney called Western Sydney. I'm from the West, and Parramatta is kind of like the small kind of like sub city. It's like a sister city to Sydney, where a lot of people live out this way. And so I was at the very first Alt Games Fest, which was hosted by the Powerhouse Museum, which is like a big museum here in Australia. They're building a new venue out in Parramatta. So the venue wasn't ready yet, but we happened to have a different venue because it's being constructed. Next year it'll probably be at their museum, but this year it was at kind of like a public library setting. It was actually quite a big venue. I wasn't expecting it to be as large as the space was, and we had some good turnout actually. A lot of quite high profile game developers from Australia, not just from Sydney, showed up to showcase their games. We had keynote speeches by some Aussie developers, as well as Richard Garfield was there, and the creator of Inscription, Daniel Mullins was there as well. So they had a bit of a speech or a bit of a chat, like a fireside chat about balancing card games and game design in general. That was really cool. What else? I was on the news a little bit. I got interviewed because they were covering the event. So that was kind of fun. That's all I guess I have to say for now. I got more I can say about it, but let's do the rest of the intro first and then we'll cover it. Is there a clip? There's a clip somewhere. ABC is the channel. It's the Australian Broadcasting Channel. So if you go through the ABC archives, you might find little old me giving a little bit of a... It's a very short clip. It's just like a sound bite. It's not like a full thing. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Welcome. Big thank you to Story Paintings for the most recent follow and T. Kirkwood for the most recent subscription, although currently being supplanted by Juanel Fredors. Juanel? I don't know how to Juan Alfredors. That's probably much closer. Hi. Or Juan Alfredo RS. Could be that too. Okay. I got you. So let's talk a little bit about the event. So there's Insignia. Alt Games Fest was on this weekend. It doesn't look like you're live. I am live though. I actually am live. It says end stream, although it says concurrent viewers 0. What could possibly be happening? Oh, it's set to private. Okay, let me switch that. Let me fix that. I was thinking for a second there. Okay. How do I make it public? Public. Done. Save. All right. Let's see if anybody can see my YouTube stream now. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Spectra. I appreciate you. Hey, there we go. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if anyone got notified that I went public in that moment, but it's good to see you here. So yeah, I went to this festival. It was fun. It was really good. I was, like I said, pleasantly surprised about just the kind of turnout that was there. And how well my city showed up. Like Sydney is, let me see if I can get a map going for you. Also, please forgive my croaky voice today. I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm kind of struggling a little bit with it. But if I go to how do I go to, what's the mode, you know, people go to when they don't want people to see what they're doing? I wouldn't know, but okay. I can check Discord. No, that's okay. No, I'll be good. I've been tired this morning, but I'll be okay today. I've got to be too busy now. It's okay. I've had a bit of a slow morning. Hey, Druzy. Drew WXY, ZY. I don't know how to say that quickly, but so let me give you a little bit of a round tour of like the area that I reside in. I think like now that it's a bit more like public knowledge, I guess I can tell you a little bit more about like where I'm from. So yeah, it's like I can, it's not doxing if it's public knowledge. So the stuff that is public is that I live around the Parramatta area of Sydney. So, you know, within like 15 kilometers of Para. And I've was born in this area, grown up here. And most of like in Australia, if we zoom all the way out, big country, most of Australia is not populated. There's not really many people living out here. And in terms of like the game dev scene in Australia, it's mostly in order of like magnitude of how many people are game developers in each of these places. I would say Victoria, so where Melbourne is, that's probably the biggest city for game dev, followed by Sydney, followed by probably Brisbane or the Gold Coast, and then Adelaide, and then Perth. And then maybe somewhere in Tasmania, Hobart or something. Those would be like where most game dev gets done. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff happening kind of along the coast. If you live in like Wollongong or Newcastle, you know, up around here, I would consider you like part of the Sydney kind of like contingent. But they have their own stuff going on. Even Canberra would have like a small game dev scene. There's not a lot going on though. Like, I mean, yeah, Canberra would, but I've never met any. In fact, I met one person who makes games in Canberra. So, and that was literally this weekend. So maybe I'm just out of the loop on it. But in terms of like the size of it, Melbourne and Sydney are the big ones. And then like Adelaide's pretty big too, and Brisbane. But what I'm also doing is just listing cities by population when I do this. One thing that is really important in this conversation around like game development in Australia is Victoria, the state where Melbourne is, as a state, heavily supports the arts. They're much more politically liberal down there than, I guess, on the average place. And they do a lot they've got a healthy culture of what we call screen. So like in Australia, like TV, games, movies are all wrapped up into what we call like the screen industry. So Screen Victoria is the organization that manages Victoria. We have Screen New South Wales in my state, New South Wales, and then there is also like Screen Australia, Screen I think Screen Queensland it might be called, etc. So as far as the arts go, hey Jesse, welcome. Yeah, as far as the arts go, outside of Melbourne and Victoria, there's not that much support. Maybe in film, Sydney has a pretty big film industry, but in terms of games specifically, New South Wales in the past has treated particularly the games industry as essentially an extension of like just the tech startup space. So there are tax incentives to do what you're doing, but there's not there has not been much funding. And Sydney as a city, specifically, outside of New South Wales, which is its own thing, outside of Greater New South Wales, Sydney is quite a difficult city to, I guess, build a community around. The reason for that is that Sydney is kind of centralized on the coast. So right here, this is what you would call the CBD. This is the city of Sydney right here. And basically the entire of Sydney is kind of split. You have like the eastern suburbs. So, typically pretty rich, well-off people live on this side of the city. And then you have like the inner west, which is like here. You have like South Sydney down here. You have like Greater Western Sydney, which is kind of, I'm from like the eastmost part of like Greater Western Sydney. And then you have like the North Shore and I guess it's like North and Northwest Sydney as well. So, but the game dev scene in Sydney is basically mostly localized in the city and the very inner west. Like this is kind of where you would see most game dev related stuff happening. We have South by Southwest in Sydney. That takes place right around here, this kind of little region here. So, and I guess obviously closer to Darling Harbour and all of this stuff too. So there's a lot of good reason why Sydney has like a very dense cultural focus around the city, because that's where everything's most accessible. But if you live further out from the city, it's much, much harder to be involved in things that are over there. We've got this big river called the Parramatta River that runs kind of like east-west to the harbour. And basically, if you live on one side of that river, you kind of don't really engage with people who live on the other side. And if you live on the east side of the city, you don't really engage with people who live on the west side of the city. Hey, the nut, you may ask a question, yeah. So for me, and in fact, basically everybody who lives in Western Sydney, the idea of doing like game dev and being involved in the game dev scene, it's something that I've personally watched over the years, maybe a dozen friends basically go through university, get really excited about being a game dev, make an hour-long trip, hour and a half trip to get into the city for those game dev meetups, maybe go to a few, and then get a bit discouraged when there's not many job opportunities and sort of move on to other things like, web design or motion graphics or something adjacent to games that isn't games. So in the last, I would say 3 years, we actually have seen the beginning of a little bit more support from the government, and not just direct financial support, but cultural kind of support. So this event that was on the weekend was actually really, really significant for me, because it's the first time in my life I've been able to engage in what I do professionally close to home in a way that was recognized on a national scale. Like, we had developers come from Melbourne and from Perth and all these different places on the other side of the country, all coming to my little corner of the city or of Sydney. And I was really proud of the way that Parramatta, which is its own tiny city, it's got high-rise buildings, but just a few, has actually matured really, really quickly in the last, I would say 2 or 3 years. So we recently, just got a light rail installed, so like a tram sort of system. they've really cleaned up the streets. Some might say gentrified. It definitely was Parramatta. You know, it's kind of a high contrast point of socioeconomic status in Western Sydney. Basically, yeah. If you live north of Parramatta, you've probably got different sort of opportunities than people who live south of Parramatta. So, especially because there's a major train station here. In the past, it's definitely been a place where, you know, like for example, slight anecdote. We had a ROG Ally that I was testing with, like bringing to this event, as well as having the big TV set up. And my brother and I were discussing, oh, should we bring some sort of a tether, make sure it doesn't get stolen? That was kind of like an honest conversation we had, based on our having lived around Parramatta our whole life. That said, the area has really, really brightened up in the last little while. I just was very proud of how well it stood up compared to, I guess, it was the kind of environment where I really felt like I thought people who came got the impression that they would want to come back. That's the most important thing. I don't even know if the Google photos are of what it looks like now, actually. This is a little bit, we're going to go kind of this way. Where are we? We're facing, oh, okay, we're going to go this way. No, that's north. Can't go through the bus, can we? Yes. Yeah, so this area here, this is kind of like Parramatta Square, or it's just south of the train station. And it's really, really nice and kind of swanky. The event I was at was here at, I think it's called 5. It's like a library. And yeah, just, it's like so nice and clean. And I just think it just made me feel like this, yeah, that's where it was. This is kind of like the first of like many events that will potentially take place in Parramatta, around where I live. And the idea that like maybe in the future, this will become viable to the point of like building a business here. Like if I ever have a studio, for me, my default assumption is that like I would have to go to the city and do stuff there. But the idea that like actually there's like quite that Parramatta is somehow like a little bit more calm, a little bit more approachable in terms of opportunity, and a place that's well connected, that has accessible transport, good food, like that idea, that the seed of that idea was planted in my mind this weekend when we had so many game devs here, and even international, you know, like the speakers that came, having like a good time, you know, in a nice area. And I felt like the tour guide a little bit. Like people even like, you don't really come out this way. Who cares about location? Well, I'll get to some other questions and then we'll talk about it. So the nut says, I'm currently letting myself generate ideas over time for possible games I could create, and I don't want to commit to any game ideas until I've found the one that sparks my interest the most. Do you think it's necessarily bad to make concept art for a game you aren't fully committed to? I think that the idea that the game idea is worth chasing before you've started working on it, and that you'll be able to decide what games you should make based on the ideas, I think that's a bit flawed. Oftentimes, you will find that the game reveals itself to you while you're making it, to a fair extent. So I think you should just pick an idea that interests you, and I think you should you should cultivate the idea. And concept art is a great reason to do that. Yeah. Don't feel like you're wasting time. It's an investment of time, and that might inform other experiments you do. Yeah. So the reason why this is really important is this is about, when I talk about like game development as it relates to locations. The reason why this is critically important is industries still need gathering points. There needs to be, for so many reasons, there needs to be essentially a way for people to show up and drive kind of like cultural and economic, to create momentum there, or to demonstrate momentum. So one of the things that we directly in our local community in Sydney, we're looking to get more funding from the government. The government has an agency who designates that funding. The events that agency puts on, when those events go well, that's a sign that they should be putting more money into the industry. So even if you never come to one of these events, you directly benefit from the events going well, because it basically demonstrates that we are here and that we can show up, and that it attracts public interest. That stuff, in terms of just like industry advocacy, is extremely important. So that's the first thing, more funding. The second thing is that spaces are how people go from being casually interested in something into being hobbyists, into being professionals. Having some sort of gathering place or meeting place where people can come and physically just like share information. It's a way of making something that game dev is very hard to get into. It makes it way more approachable to be able to, go to a live location and share what you're making, or hear other people speak about game development, to come together physically and engage in the culture that way. It's, at least I've watched the ups and downs of trying to build that community in my community. And it'll always be the case that certain people don't need that. There'll be like, there's a game that's made from Sydney right now called Schedule 1. That game's doing amazingly on Steam. The person who made that game isn't really part of the like community, as far as I know. I don't know them personally. They just sort of sprung up out of nowhere. And there will always be developers who aren't particularly socially motivated, or are just doing their own thing. And that's great. But for every one of those people, there's 10 more people who could be interested in game development, are looking for something to, engage in as a hobby or professionally, and are just hoping to get a bit more of a gentle, kind of access or start in that hobby. And having there be a place you can go where that's cultivated, that interest can be cultivated. It's a real draw for a lot of people. I watch it happen. I watch people come through the doors and leave out the doors when they can't get those, what's the word? They can't find their place, right? They can't find their people. And Sydney especially is a place that is extremely unapproachable when it comes to general getting around, and also the actual cost of real estate, like the price of rent or of owning any kind of land for the purpose of these kinds of things. It's very difficult to do. So it's important for me. Like that's why I'm talking about this, is that I've noticed how impactful this event was over the weekend. In my mind, like it's done something, it's, altered my brain chemistry, but also I've seen like the woman who is the president of Screen New South Wales was there, and I could see this was her first experience with this community. And it was like, oh, this is something to take, notice of. So it's important to be able to show up in person, I thought it was great that parents were bringing their children who wanted to get into game dev so they could ask questions. Yeah, it's very interesting, because I think, game dev as a community, or as an industry, video games as an industry, is something that culturally there's still an awkward stigma around. Like the idea that video games are for children is something that I think when you're dealing with big government agencies, the idea that, for example, that like I would have to get a working with children's check before being able to come to the event is like, totally understandable that there would be kids at the event, but the primary audience certainly was not children at this event. I mean, 90% of the people there were over 18. That said, it was really, really interesting meeting parents who brought their kids and seeing the way the kids were interacting with the game, and also the parents whose children were actually casually interested in game development. Like, I spoke to a mother whose 10-year-old son was writing in Python, and I was like, how did you get your son into this? She's like, oh yeah, he does some coding. He does some work in Scratch, and he's been doing some bits and pieces in HTML and JavaScript, and he's also learning Python. I'm like, what? Like, how did you get to the point where your 10-year-old is doing that? And a lot of kids actually, like, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds being like, oh, I'm trying to get into game dev, and I'm still just learning. And I'm like, man, kids at that age, like, I wasn't really even close to thinking about learning a language until I was like 16, 17, Yeah, 10 is like barely read. And that 10-year-old he blitzed through the demo. I had like an hour and a half demo. He got through like an hour of it in like half an hour. But it was a really good turnout. I was very proud of the way Insignia held up. I felt really confident at the end of it, actually, that like, and in fact, the last month for me has been like over and over and over again, me going to experiences and having these experiences either at GDC or afterwards at the Primogen stream, or over Ludum Dare or here at Alt. It's like I'm finding that what I do is making an impact, and that Insignia is something that people are excited for, and when they get a chance to play it, as they did over the weekend, like, they want to know more about it and they want to know when they can buy it. So we're doing good stuff, pals. Yeah, I'm an introverted person. If I didn't have these events, even though it's like I might go to one of these events, the bigger ones, like 2 a year, maybe, those 2 points in the year are like the highlights of my year, So, had a great time. I'm very, very tired. It was like showcasing at PAX, like standing on your feet for like the whole day, 2 days in a row. PAX is 3 days, but usually you'll take someone with you when you go to PAX. I kind of did this one sort of alone. My brother was there on Saturday a little bit, but man, not eating and standing and talking to people, introducing the game for like 6-7 hours straight, 2 days in a row is tough stuff. Especially like a few days after a 48-hour game jam. Yeah. All right, so I can show you where I'm at with this. Did I get this going? Oh, I did. Great, cool. Okay. Oh, congrats, Super Jew. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Puck. So, we have items that we can slot into the system. And we can arrange them. And you can't put them in places where they don't go. You can select and it'll auto go to the menu where that item was. So you can sort of immediately go and see that item as you click on it. Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. indie and mentorship is incredibly important for creating a strong industry. It's like the soil that the tree is growing in, you know? Do I have any silly or funny extensions? Unity is strictly business for me, but and I have built extensions for it, but not silly ones. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with where this is at right now, at least as a prototype. But this is all prototype art. Don't get too upset. Don't get too upset. None of this art is final. It's a video game. It's a prototype. Don't worry. So the thing that I got to do now is start testing this. I've already, while I was building it, come across the possible idea that I may need more than this. So where we're at right now, maybe I should actually pull this into a different document. Pardon me. So the kinds of things that you need to be able to interact with in this menu. So this is the design considerations. And then these are specifically things to slot into, things that can be equipped. Hey, Strophium, I'm doing okay. Okay, so right now it's weapon, it's accessories, and these can be of different, I mean, anything equipable is of different shapes and sizes. What the heck? This is called Figma. And there's also something else, maybe like consumables, but maybe that goes in the same slot. The thing that I was thinking about over the weekend while I was watching people play the game was to do with the quick menu system. So right now, when you're running around, you have like the sword that you're carrying. You have the accessories that you have equipped, which sort of just go on the body, right? They're just here. And then you have this, which is your quick menu for consumables. Right now, this autofills with just all of the consumables that you have. But I'm considering having there be a menu for other things in this quick menu that are either populated through like other equipables, like accessories that you can eat basically, or that like Estus flasks in Elden Ring or in Dark Souls. The Crimson Flask would be an example of like, it's an accessory that grants you a consumable. So the question of like, where does that go? Like, is that also in the accessories list, or is that in some sort of additional quick thing? If it is in some sort of additional thing, does it live in the same space as this space, or is it a different section? Like you've got different partitions, or do I just lump everything in one thing and say, hey, just enjoy yourself, figure it out? Right now, I'm sort of leaning towards the just go figure it out. Because right now, like the weapon you're carrying lives in this menu. So we're still prototyping it, so it's not in the game proper, but it's here. So the idea that you could say, okay, the sword goes here, you know, and that's one, you know, that's 3/20ths or 3/16ths of your equip load. And then, you know, you might be able to do the some sort of healing flask, and that might take up 2, you know, just for one consumable item. Do I have a good reference for 2D animation principles? You know, I have a video that I was looking to produce sometime in the near future about animation principles and why I think that the ones that typically get shared around are not very good. Hey, Mickey Neal, we'll do some art review in a sec. So this isn't your inventory. This is your equipment. The difference being you can have infinite things in your inventory, but your equipment, you can only have a limited amount at a certain time. So for example, when I click on this, I've got all of this stuff that I have access to, but only so much of it can be carried or worn, I guess is the difference. So the 2D animation principles that you would see would be the Disney 12 principles. I don't like them. I'm just gonna say that outright. They might get you pretty far. I'm just not a fan of the way that these get kind of touted as like the real animation principles, because they're not. They're just, I guess, a set of the word I would use is heuristics. Sorry. These are just a set of ideas that cover a lot of animation, but they don't do a very good job of being holistic. They're kind of like, and they're not mutually exclusive either. Some of them overlap. So this idea of staging is not an animation principle to me. That is visual composition. Solid drawing is not animation. It's nothing to do with animation. That's just, again, another visual communication concept. Appeal is not a principle of animation. It's just not. It's a style thing, but it's got nothing to do with what animation is. Some of these other ones, squash and stretch, timing and motion, anticipation, those are principles of animation, maybe, or at least they relate to them. Arcs maybe has something to do with animation, but I don't go by these principles as my principles. I don't think in these terms. I use them when I'm speaking with other animators because I know that it's a lingo that people have. And there are things that I think where if you take like 2 or 3 of these and lump them into a circle, that circle might be how I think about things. So I think about mechanics, and I think about expression, and I think about like kind of like animation versions of like the Gestalt principles. So how people perceive motion. I think about forces moving through bodies. And so for me, like when I see secondary action, I see this as like something about, and also follow through and overlapping action. I see that as something to do with forces moving through bodies. And from that, I can extrapolate a bunch of stuff. We can talk about cloth physics and hair, and we can talk about, momentum and deceleration and acceleration and that kind of thing. But to me, that kind of relates one-to-one with timing and motion and slow in, slow out. It's really just about understanding physics at that point. And then things like anticipation, squash and stretch, exaggeration, those are all about the psychology of the viewer, right? The idea that somebody is watching this and that we want to communicate things to them to make it easy for them to perceive. That's a communication principle. It's not about replicating motion. So it's, to me, that's just how I think about it. So I would say you can divide these into like two groups, and then you can divide those 2 groups into another 2. So I would say there's like 4. And then the rest of this stuff out of these 12 is just random Disney stuff to do with Disney. Like appeal, solid drawing, staging. That's just Disney stuff for what they personally are trying to do. Do you think 2D skinning and rigging would be easier than drawing frame by frame? They're different approaches. You get different limitations. If you rig, your animation will be harder to make every frame look exactly how you want it, but it'll be easier to iterate. It'll be easier to just like get something going. So it's, it's probably a good way to get started, I would say. Like I used to do Flash animation. That's how I started. And Flash animation's like rigging. You know, you have bones and you have, you know, objects that are moving around. You're not redrawing things every frame. I think it's a good way to start for sure. But you will find that you will be suffering when it comes to portraying depth or any kind of rotation. Are a lot harder to do with 2D rigged animation. Like spine, it's almost impossible to incentivize yourself to design a character to turn around, to rotate if you're doing spine animation, because it's so easy. As long as you don't need to do that, everything else is so easy to do. Whereas like for me, it's just like another frame that I'm drawing. So I can have a character turn smoothly or whatever. And it's like, oh, it's fine. Okay. So what were we talking about? Talking about menus. Yeah, I just think principles when you talk about principles, they need to be, I have certain characteristics that I think a principle should have. A principle or a set of principles should explain everything about a thing. And each of the principles should be non-overlapping. That's what I think. If your principles overlap, or if they don't cover the whole thing, then you haven't got the principles. Yeah, a priori. These are a priori principles. Nice username. Principles for my principle. It's definitions, right? You need definitions in order to make meaning. So I'm kind of liking this idea of just like making a build. More and more, I want the player to be able to express themselves and giving the player just a pool of stuff to add into their list and then making them negotiate between the things in that pool. I like it. I think it's cool. So maybe we'll just try that. I want to zoom out a little bit so that I'm not getting lost on this, because it's really, really, really easy for me to just tinker with UI. It's really easy to do it, and I don't want to. Because UI, there's always little problems and things you can solve and make more efficient. But my goal here is not to make this polished. My goal is to test whether or not this is a good strategy for what the game needs. Because any work that I do that makes this more polished but doesn't help me answer that question is a waste of time, in my opinion. Or at least not how I want to be spending it. So, we need, in order to test this system, and the ultimate goal, let's zoom out a little bit. The ultimate goal is to get Insignia's demo in the hands of a publisher as soon as possible. And also in a position where I can hand it in to Screen Australia. Could you say Oranor in an American accent? Oranor? Oranor? Americans, you don't pronounce certain things that we would pronounce in Australian accent. So like, the word, what was it? There's a few of them. Sean. You don't say Sean. Like S-H-O-N-E. You say Shone. We say Sean for that word, and Shone is S-H-O-W-N. Okay, we will do focus mode, but first we actually have Mikanil. Did you have some art that you wanted to share with us? It's in Showcase. Cool. Under what name? Is it Mikanil or is it a different username? The city? I'm on streamer mode, so I can't see the usernames. I'm imagining it's the last thing that was posted, which is this city. So let's go have a look. This here? Cool. So you're making this. This is pretty neat. I like the textures. Are these like, is there any like photogrammetry here, or are these, how are you getting these textures for your game? Like, are they downloaded? Like the bricks? For your horror game? Well, a lot of this is going to come down to lighting, I would say. Right now, it's looking fine. It's looking a bit PS1. Texture pack. Okay. Cool. Yeah, there's something about the grime on... It's like the barrenness of it and the grime on some of the textures is giving me that, yeah, that like middle America almost. Like liminal space, like running around in Counter-Strike in an empty server, something like that. Gary's mod, that thing. It's good. Yeah, I think you're getting there. Like I said, a lot of it's going to come down to how you play with atmosphere. Like if you have a really good fog in the game that's really short, like, you know, Silent Hill style, where there's like a fog of war that just like culls all the rendering, you know, 20 meters out and everything else is fog. That's going to make this look really, really cool. Yeah. I think it would be also nice to get some more mess in there though. I don't know how you would do it, but just having there be stuff, you know, around, little props. Cool. Yeah, looks good. Especially if you can break up some of the surfaces a bit. I know it's like easier to prototype with if everything's on grid, but yeah, anything you can do to create just a bit more visual chaos, I think helps keep the eyes fresh. Yeah, or even varieties of house models. Yeah, that would be a fair thing. Although, you know, model homes is a thing. You got different cars, that's cool. It really depends on how much of this, how far you want to take this game, to be honest with you. I'm not really going to sit here and tell you, make it look like, you know, Resident Evil 2. Because, like, it's, you know, you might not really have the opportunity to do that. And it's easy to just say, add more. Hey, Cave Jumper. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. Anyway, I hope that helps. So yeah, the grid does expand. So here you can see I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 unlocked, but there's like a 5th row here. Maybe 5 isn't enough, but 5 by 4, that's 20 slots. If the sword is 3, it might be interesting to have a bit more. 20 might be enough. I don't know. Okay, focus mode now. So, to prototype this correctly, I'm gonna need to have, let's start locking in some ideas here. It's now this time, 14:55. So let's just see if we can get this going. So the first thing is have swords show, okay, so refactor to include equipables rather than just accessories. This might need a fork. We might not be able to do this in the main branch. I'm I'm a little scared of this exercise. Someone was saying earlier they didn't want to waste their time, and I'm in the same, I get this way. Like, I don't know if I'm working towards breaking a part of my game that actually would just be easier and better off if I didn't do it, you know? Like, refactoring for the sake of a prototype, it does sound like a point where we should do a fork. And then, like, what happens if I don't like the work? Do I have to throw it out? Have weapons show up. Even this, like, what is the UX for this? These aren't even tasks now, they're just questions. Let's take them back. And bring them over here. So the first thing is, this one here, how do we select? The tough part here is that you actually have to build a lot of UI to test the thing. It's like, how do we select? How do we jump to weapons in the list? How do we jump between item types in the list or filters? Should accessories that grant consumables should quick access items be stored here? Why is UI expensive to iterate? Because it just is. User interfaces are just full of edge cases all the time as a general principle in game design. Just got to take a quick break. We're back in a sec. Hello. I feel as FSMs and event-based systems are locked away from most devs when they map cleanly. What? I got my game's full of FSMs and event systems. I haven't really been reading this conversation. I've just sort of jumped in. But yeah, no. The reason why menus are hard is because for a video game, right? You typically only want to build stuff that you need. So in this case, for example, I have a very rudimentary filtering system in my game where I have these abstractions for menu. Like if you're building a small game, right? You don't need abstractions for your menu systems. You just hard code where all the menu items are, and then you let the player, move around between them or whatever, you make them clickable, done. As soon as you have like lots and lots of items that could go in an inventory, okay, now you need some sort of display list, fine. In my game, now it's like, well, I've got multiple different lists of different kinds of items. So now I need, do they need to be shown in the same view? If not, then I don't need to be able to make distinctions between, I don't need abstractions that allow me to, populate lists with different kinds of object types. But then once you do need that, then it's like, okay, now I need a filtering UI. But before you need a filtering UI, you wouldn't build one. So it's like, the reason why it's complicated is because like, I'm not sure whether my game needs to have the capability to support the user flow that I'm suggesting. Make sense? So the idea of having to build on top of my menu system just to test out an idea feels a little bit hard, but that's game dev. Hey, just getting a phone call, be right back. All right, pals, one sec. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so what ends up happening is this is more of just like a prototyping thing and a game development thing than a engineering thing. The principal challenge of game development is that, contrary to like software development, if you're doing just general run-of-the-mill software dev, the way that companies are kind of built and the way the software is kind of designed is that there's a lot of derivative work, or not derivative work, but work that is done for which there are industry standards for how to do it. And a lot of territory that's being trodden for the sake of what's the word? You know, like if you're building a payment system, there's a set of criteria that needs to solve. And so the idea of like business needs that drive, or like success criteria for specific features is something that's supposed to be sorted before an engineer has it in their lap. Like if you're designing something while you're building it, that's probably not a good time. Game dev, however, that's literally what you do the whole time. Like you can't have the criteria set out with the use cases and, you know, all of the tickets listed when you start, because the game hasn't, you're designing the game. You're prototyping the thing to decide if you like the designs. So there's always this unfortunate trade-off where you have to choose between building something that you know is probably not going to be in the final thing, or that either trying to build your prototype that could be a candidate for the final thing because you've built it in an extensible way that's lower risk in terms of not being the thing that you want. Like what's the word? It's more likely to work for what it's supposed to be. It's a better test, but it's not necessarily going to solve your problem. Or you build a really fast, lightweight prototype that may not do a good enough job of being a test. So it's like you have to invest into prototyping, and which direction do you do that in? Do you build solid things that are a bit bulkier, but that will at least demonstrate what you're trying to do properly, because players can use them properly and you can actually play test rather than paper prototyping them out? Or do you go the paper prototyping route and, you know, you get lots of quick and dirty tests, but none of them are really proper, accurate representations of what it is you're trying to solve? That's just the core challenge of game development. It's not a question of like whether or not you're using good paradigms or patterns. Yeah, I mean, that's how, yeah, I mean, maybe in game dev, but I'm just saying, like, I've worked in software development as a designer, and we always had documentation that was validated based on prototypes we created from user testing sessions before the engineers got it. You know what I mean? Like, I would hand off pages and pages and pages of documentation to our programmers and say, here you go. This is the concept that we've validated that you need to build. These are the things that it needs to do. This is what this button does. It doesn't need to do more or less than that. These are the features, you know? And then it gets built and given to the client, done. Whereas, yeah, in game dev, it's like, oh, we're figuring it out. Okay. Hey, Lord Nibbler. So what's up with the weapons? Oh, you're talking about me mentioning this stuff? It's not necessarily, so the proposition that I'm playing around with here is not necessarily weapons plural. It's not really that. It's more just that the sword that you get in the game. Well, okay. Oh, so is it worth even explaining? You can make weapons in the game as quest items for NPCs. Like, the first thing you make in the game is a sword. Before you have the sword, you make a sword, or you repair an iron sword for a guard in the town. Last weekend, or this weekend just passed, players expected to be able to use the sword when they started the game, when they crafted it. They were like, okay, I've crafted this sword. Can I use it? And I would have to say, well, it's just a quest item right now. You technically have it, but you can't see it. You can't use it. Insignia's game design doesn't currently support me having different kinds of weapons, as in the dagger and the greatsword and the, like, that's sort of like not currently in scope. It could be as a stretch goal, but the concept, but what we're trying to validate here has more to do with, given that the weapon, the sword, in the current proposal is going to live in this layout, where do you select the sword from? Is it in a unified list of all things that are equipable? Or does accessories well, accessories is wrong if you can pick the sword from this list, because the sword is not an accessory. It's an equipable, but it's not an accessory. And I've identified other things that are potentially equipable that may not be accessories. So the question is, do accessories and weapons and stuff, you should never be able to unequip the sword, right? The thing is though, Elzak, you don't have the sword at the start of the game. At the very beginning of the game, you don't have it. And there's times in the game where you don't have it for narrative reasons. So technically, it's an item. Now, I can make it appear or not appear in your action set by hard coding that. But should it be part of this, I guess, is the other question. Yeah, right now it's like an obstacle. Yeah. The idea that it's just a thing that takes up 3 slots. That's the kind of idea. And at some point you're going to have to like get the sword. So I was thinking it would be a good opportunity to teach the player how this system works, to have them put the sword in it, to like equip the sword from the list. So even if we don't do knives and great swords and all the rest of it, even if we don't do that, the idea of having the sword as a thing you equip still feels like valid. I don't know. It's a little hard to feel confident. Can we lean into the minigame having obstacles? I mean, the fact that there are things that have different sizes creates the obstacles. Yeah. Yes. I mean, there are, the whole point should be that the way this typically works is that you have things that are not of a shape that other things like full stop. So the idea that like you have this thing that's like 3 across. If you have an L shape that needs to go in this, that can't be in the same space as the sword. So for example, the idea that you've got like this shape, this, an item that looks like this can only fit with the sword if the sword is sitting here. 1, 2, 3, like that. But what if you have an item that's 2 by 2? Now the sword can't fit in this at all. So it becomes an obstacle by virtue of just existing, because you've only got 2 more slots here. So now the sword just can't fit in this row. So now you have to put the sword up here or whatever. And if you've only got 2 rows, this is an obstacle for the sword. You can't have the sword equipped and this thing equipped, hypothetically. Not because of the sword being a sword, but just because it's a 2 by 2 versus a 3 by 1. So we could have 2 accessories that like you basically can't have unless you've got an extra row. They can't be equipped together at the same time until later in the game. And I like that as a dynamic. I think that's fun. So it's kind of just, I'm still figuring out whether that's how I want the game to feel. I think it is, because what I'm mostly looking for in this game the thing that I think Insignia is missing in this, that makes this work really, really, really well, is the idea of like player customization. It's a very Elden Ring, Dark Souls, RPG, Metroidvania, roguelike thing that in a single player game typically isn't super you kind of like, your game either supports this kind of thinking or it doesn't. And I'd like to see to what extent Insignia can support this thing of like, oh, when I play Insignia on my runs, I like to go for this kind of build. Now, Elden Ring is not a roguelike. It doesn't have randomization in terms of the gear, but people still have builds. You know, player expression, exactly. So for me, the idea of players screenshotting this and sharing it amongst themselves and comparing things, almost like Balatro decks, to me, that's like, there's something there. If we can get there, I think it's that might be a really cool thing to have in the game. Because it incentivizes players to explore different parts of the game on different playthroughs to get different kinds of gear, you know, that they might not have seen on their first run. It's good replay value for something as simple as just having lots of different kinds of accessories that are just different shapes and sizes that you can't carry all at once. Well, I was just thinking that, Strophium, like the idea of like, we have an idea of this reckless ring is a ring that makes the dodge roll do damage. So actually, you could unequip the sword and then get a reckless ring and then power that up with a bunch of other things and make it so that your attacks are just dodge rolls, hypothetically. Yeah. I think like on the way through to releasing this game, this feels very, very, very economical. This little exercise feels really cheap to play around with and add value to the game. Like if there's no customization, I still have to do all the environments, all the quests, all the boss fights, all of the, you know, story and levels and enemies. I still have to do all of that. For like 1% extra work, I design a bunch of items with some cool status effects and I scatter them through the world. And now you have reason to go do replays of the game and do different builds and blah blah blah. For like just a little bit extra, you get way more mileage out of all that stuff. Well, there's still a crafting system. So yeah, you'll be crafting these things. I don't care about balance. No, it's not important to me. I mean, I care about the base difficulty of the game. I'm not trying to make the game hard for you. If you've gone out of your way to make an insanely OP build because you've gone and done all the content, you deserve for the boss fight to be easier. Like that's the whole point. I'm trying to encourage people who... I'm trying to incentivize people to go and do this stuff. If they've done this stuff and they've got all the stuff and they've min-maxed and optimized and they make the boss really easy to beat, it's good. Good for them. Not that these are going to be that powerful. They're not going to be game-changing. But, you know, it's a single-player game, right? It's not a fighting game. So balance is like totally arbitrary as a concept. So the thing that's missing in the demo right now, like when I watch people play it, it's the item economy stuff. I watch someone, it's like, it actually causes me pain to like have this chest here, right? And then there's a door. Players go through this door. They go into this room. They explore the room. They find a key to the chest, right? Out just outside, like, you know, if they smart enough to jump up here, they find this key. They go back to the chest, and what's inside the chest right now? It's a mushroom, just a normal mushroom, because I don't have anything fun to put in the chest. But it's like, if I can reward you with something that does something cool in that chest, that's permanent. That's fun. That's motivation for you to go and explore the edges of the world. If it's validating to do that, and you should. And there are edges of the world that you can explore. So there should be good stuff back there. Yeah. Crafting recipes. Yeah, the way that it works is doing quests. Doing quests gives you key items and also designs. Exploring the world gives you key items and designs. Using key items and designs, you make gear. That's it. That's the loop. So sometimes some gear you need to have gotten a key item from a quest. Some gear you get a design from the quest, and you have to find the key items out in the world. And then with the key items and the design, you make stuff. To push back a little, earlier in development, you shared a thought about how Insignia looks when someone plays it, that you can make the fights look exciting, while your testers often just stay on the ground and mash basic attacks. Balance. No. I think there's a big difference between expression and balance. I think those are kind of fundamentally different. I want the game to... I want it to make sense, to be intuitive and worthwhile for the player to use all the systems. Part of that is an enemy design thing. I think maybe this conversation is getting a little bit bogged down by comparisons to like Dark Souls, because equipment in Dark Souls does things like makes you do more damage. And Dark Souls is an RPG, so you're always trying to min-max damage. Insignia is not an RPG. You don't actually get better swords. You don't do more damage. So when I talk about like these accessories, these are like just the talismans, really. They're just things that change little quality of life things about the game. Like maybe you get extra iframes on the dodge roll, or maybe you recover a little bit of HP every time you parry something. Or, maybe it's little things that change the way that you play. And maybe if you stack up all 20 different things, you get something that really does change the way the game plays. But it's not like you don't have to use magic in the game, because you just run up to a boss and smash the button and do 10 million damage. There's nothing in the game that will give you that. Or I'm not proposing to have anything in the game that lets you do that. And also, I'm in charge of what those items are. I get to make them as powerful or as weak as I want. So it's not really like if the cool items are all in the back half of the game, and every player has to go through the front half basically with the same build, then there's no problem. My goal is for it to I always think of it looking like a tree. There should be branches, right? There should be there's this, and then there's this, and then these things splinter as you go. So the first little bit everyone should have the same experience. And then as you play through, we're talking about out here in the latter third of the game, you can do whatever you want. But the first chapter of the game, you might have 2 possible things you can slot in that thing. Once you've got the sword in there, I'm only looking to have the player have 2 rows at the beginning, and 3, that's 8 slots, and 3 of them are the sword. If I give you one more item that's a 2x2, you have 1 slot for a ring at that point. The idea that you can have, that you have to I like the idea that sometimes you might have to choose between one item that you could build or another item. And for the first 2/3 of the game, you've picked one or the other. So you can't make the other item that you didn't pick until the latter third of the game, because you get one of this crafting material. And to make these 2 items, you need 1 each. So you have to pick one, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know, Pacifist. I'm figuring it out right now. Let's focus. Let's do some dev rather than talking about the dev. So I mean, I could make it that you can't I could make it that there is no menu for this sword in the equip menu, and that the sword is just an obstacle. It's just an immovable. It can be shuffled, but it can't be taken out. There's, we could do that. And for now, like, I mean, this is what we're talking about. If I let you unequip it, then I need a menu for you to be able to equip it. Straight up. In which case the UX has to change. But I'm just going to keep going as we are. I'm just going to pretend everything's an accessory and just populate the list of stuff. And the sword can be an accessory. And having the accessory equipped makes your sword equipped. So let me think about what I want to do now. I need to answer some questions. I might not need to do this. I might not need to do this. The quick menu question it's a valid question, but probably not that important right now. So do we need filters? Probably not. If we ignore the quick access question, and that's just a property of some items, then it just literally comes down to, well, then it already is done. We're already ready. We just need to make some accessories. So let's just like the problem of multiple item types as equipables. That can just sit in its own little bucket of anxiety, and if we ever want to solve that, we can deal with it. But I don't actually need to address that. It doesn't have to be in scope. Okay, so we should have a few things now. We should make some accessories. So assist ring, I don't really care about that. Crimson band. I like the idea of getting so these are interesting because they are scriptable objects, which means they're data, but some of these need to be behaviors. Some of these need to be their own thing that does something, it modifies something, and there's logic in that. So do I make scripts and attach the scripts to these things, or it sounds reasonable. I like the idea of event callbacks that go to the accessories when the player is doing things. So like on hit, or on take damage, or on equip. Then there's also permanent effects. There should be like a stack. I've got an effect system already. The idea of like a stack of effects. So like calculating damage, you have to go through the effects to filter or modify. Like here, I was doing something here, on equip, on hit, on hurt. I've already done it. Yeah. Buff drop rate. These are all just made up. I don't think they get affected. I think I need to, I want to do the blood ring first. I want to do like getting a thing that gives you HP when you do damage, or defeat enemies, or do a parry, something like that. So let's implement it. Let's see how we go. Mm. Public effect. I thought I did have a system that was modifying these at one point. This buff max health, I'm pretty sure when we load up, we're specifically checking this to determine how much HP the player should have. We have stat effect manager. Do we even use it? Okay. Apply upgrade effects. Apply accessory effects. Equip selected gear. Equip selected gear happens currently inside of Awake. So it is the system is plugged in. And then this says we go to, I guess we iterate through all the effects. So we have a bunch of queued effects. Okay. We apply accessory effects when we equip the gear. So what do? We apply accessory effects, and then this is literally just picking the 3 slots that are already there. So that's not what we want to do. Instead, we are going to say for each. I think it might be nice to return this as a list of accessories. Is this? Oh, we're in game data, right? Oh, right. Oh, because it's static, you'd have to return the thing. So it's gear dot equipped accessories dot keys where no, there's just a normal way to write this. For each Now this is the problem. This is where it goes wrong, because I have I'm specifically iterating through an accessory list to populate this. So if the sword is equipped, whatever it is, it would have to be the sword accessory that gets processed here, not the weapon. Weapon is a sort of a separate object type that has its own slot here, but like weapon, currently still there's 4 slots. I suppose it is okay. I suppose it is. To have duplicate data, not duplicate data, but multiple representations of the same in-game concepts in data. I suppose so. Okay. So. So that's the better way to do it. Yeah, I am a little bit in 2 minds. Like, for example, these orbs, these are permanent health and, well, the energy orbs won't exist, but the health orbs are permanent upgrades. Should they live in this? I mean, they can't live in this list, but they're currently counted as accessories. Maybe they shouldn't be. Where is that? Why is health orb? No, it's an upgrade. So why are upgrades counted as accessories? Because you equip them. Ah, I see. I see. So I need to specifically make it such that upgrades... Hey, Mimsy. Oh, gosh. Or maybe I just have a toggle that makes it so that it's like perma upgrade. Now, I think upgrades should always be permanent and never appear in the accessory lists, even though they're of type accessory. I like the idea that you can just get a permanent upgrade forever at some point in the game for doing something that you don't have to balance out. I mean, because I don't want the player's max HP to be bound up in this system. I don't like that. That feels wrong. There can be things you can get that give you max HP, but that should be in addition to the things that you get for like feats in the game, or like if ever you get one of it's like Zelda's pieces of heart. You know, the pieces of heart should be their own thing. You shouldn't have to like equip pieces of heart. So I'm happy for these logically under the hood to be accessories, but technically they're of type upgrade. So let's go. Well, they've been given the upgrade enum. So maybe back over in the equip menu. You can ask Thetra. It's pretty easy. My filter system is pretty good. Check this out. And wait, what is X here? Done. They're gone. Just exclude them from the filter. Done. No, they won't show up in the list. See, gone. So I do have a robust system. I wonder if I should have like a permanent checkbox here and just iterate through things that are permanent. On when we are in almond behavior and we're applying accessory effects, because I've got that apply upgrade effects. In fact, we're right here. We're right there. Thetra says, I develop small games as a hobby for the past 4 years. I've made over 60 prototypes and nearly 50 full minigames with start and end. 30 plus or minus 30 game jams, and have 2 games on Steam, all for free. I'm working as a teacher and I'm afraid of creating a company for my game development stuff. I'm kind of scared of going into the business mode with game dev. How can I tackle the fear to kind of get something out of this hobby? Good question. All right. I think I'm just going to relax for a bit while I answer this question. I think that it's important to ask yourself why you want this. Like, why do you want to change what you're doing? If you need money and you're okay with chasing that money a little bit, like if you're open to being shaped by what the money question does to your hobby, then I think it's fine to do that. and you kind of just have to be at peace with yourself. You have to accept that there will be things that take you away from what you would normally do. If you want your hobby to become a job, there are things you're going to have to do differently. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. But you have to kind of like allow yourself to have the conversation with your internal parts, to ask them, like, am I okay with this? This might change. This might change the way that I do this thing or that thing, or it might make me work this way or think this way about my work. Is that okay with me? If it is okay with you, if you've decided that you want to do it, then I think it's easier. You know, you'll figure it out. There's a lot to learn, but that's fine. You'll learn. You're a smart person. So just make sure that you're okay with the idea. If it's just a matter of like, oh no, my hobby doesn't make me money and I need money. Well, maybe there's other ways of getting money that doesn't require you compromising your hobby, because it is possible to kind of ruin a hobby for yourself. I think if you force it into being something that you need something out of, that pressure creates, it's different, you know, than just doing it because you like doing it. So if it's a career you really want to have, then I think just be prepared to have your whole self be, what's the word, consenting to it, and go through the process. Think about it. What would it require? What's it going to take? You know, you might have to get out of your comfort zone. You might have to learn to do things like set up a company, but that's okay. If you really want to do it, you will do it. Right? That's you will do it. You're asking me probably because you do want to do it. So having the courage to do it is just about giving yourself permission to take the steps. You will make mistakes. It's going to be okay. You live. If you want to do it. But don't force yourself to do it just because of money. I mean, it might work. It might be successful, but it might not make you happy. All right. So I'm a little unsure about upgrade effects as a separate thing. This is checking the upgrade inventory. Oh, I actually do have a thing called upgrade inventory. Okay. Good answer. Good answer. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're okay with it, you know, I think that's it's easy to, I think it's very easy to do something for reasons that are external, but think that they're reasons that are internal. You know, like a lot of my time in the last 5 years was spent feeling a certain way because I was like, I need to do this, but I was never really asking like, do I want to do this? Like, is this something that I actually want for me? Would I be doing this if I had if this reason didn't exist? If I took this pressure away, do I actually want to do it? Then you might get a different answer. But yeah, it's okay to have that conversation. Hey, Bankim. Welcome. Good stream. Thanks. Okay. So when does this get used? Am I adding things to the upgrade inventory? It looks like I am, but am I actually using it? Is it plugged in? I guess. When does this get triggered? When I add to the inventory. accessories that are of type upgrade get added to it. Okay. All right. Sure. So I do use this system. All right, well, let's do it. Sure. All right, let's see what happens. It's strange to me that I didn't have that in the game, and now I do have it in the game. That button I just pressed, or the code I just... Oh, that's an apple now. I don't actually know where I've got those. Speedrun. So, I guess I could put one in here. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. Now that is no good. But we did get the health orb. So now when I go in here, I mean, that worked. If I don't think I can save. But that'll be important to validate that. Oh, nice. Podcast. It was a fun conversation. So I guess this is fine. Does this get called any other place in the game? I don't think so. So how are we doing this? No idea. But it feels like I'm supposed to have it there. So I'm going to leave it in. Which means now they are just permanent upgrades. So the next thing would be getting that blood ring in. The crimson ring. Crimson band. Okay. Now, I don't think this is good. I actually kind of hate this. This idea of like predefining the kinds of buffs. Because it's going to just be random stuff. It's going to be stuff like the Joker stuff in Balatro. And I think it's better to just have functions that just do things. Rather than, well, maybe it's like both. Maybe it's like it could be a preset thing or it could be just a run a function. Do I recommend Unity as a starting place? If you know some code, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, I just think these modifiers are like too preset. They're not, it doesn't feel smart to do it this way. I'm not really sure what the right way is. Like the buff max HP stuff. Let's see what add effect does. Okay, it's literally just a big switch statement anyway, with a bunch of pre-parameters. I might as well just set up the the objects one at a time and make functions for them, and then just check the object's GUID against the function and just call whatever function that object is, or just the name of the object even, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. The switch statement and the hard-coded modifiers doesn't seem right. Yeah, I don't like this very RPG style thing that I'm doing here. I don't think it's a good idea. It should be more utility based. Like assigns the magnet effect. And in fact, I've actually got a magnet effect thing. So like items in the game, or like item drops. I have a thing called magnet ring. And there's a magnet effect that specifically I just check for it for certain things. So like has magnet ring gets checked by magnetic item. I think that it's too varied. There's too many different things in the game that we could want to do to constrain it down. So instead, I'll just put them wherever I put them. I'll just let the code tell me where it wants to go. I don't even like this thing anymore. Yeah, there's too many cool things that I could want to do. Okay. But I should still have callbacks in a bunch of different places. That's still important. So like, so we got like a hit confirm event. That's something that we can check. Where does stat effect manager live? Oh yeah, on Armin. Okay, well, that's pretty straightforward. Do we get any info about the hit? Surely we get some sort of collision data or something. Collision info. Awesome. And then I'll just check if you have the accessory, I guess. Can I ask a question about something for those of you who are programmers? Does this create memory, garbage collection stuff? In C#? Will this trigger the garbage collector? Because I can do this without a list if I have to. Okay. Okay. And if I use a link version, that probably will as well. It will be released after the function ran out of scope. Right, but the garbage collection is the thing that releases it. Like, this will create garbage every time. Like if I call this 100 times in a frame, that's expensive. That will be more expensive than if I don't call it at all, right? Or at least it'll add stuff to the garbage collector. Okay, in which case, I might just not use this. Well, it's fine where I had it. But there's something I can do here instead. So I can say for each string s in game system.data gear.equipped accessories, which in equip menu, I think I do that with a might be easiest to just make a little bit of a little accessor thing for this. No, I mean, it's just, I know that I'm going to have to do this a lot of times. So I might as well just say game system, game system dot accessories by GUID s. I mean, same, this is the same thing as me doing what I was doing, but now I don't need to create a new list every time. I should probably be careful, you know? Now, the accessories themselves, I might as well just put them in. Like some sort of accessory dictionary, or how do I want to reference these here in the script? I could either give them their own script. The thing is, they're not going to be mono behaviors. So they are going to have to assign, maybe when I equip them, I assign a function of theirs. So like on equip, let's just think about it. Let's think about it. Would these have to be static? If this is totally like static, then when you equip the item, you can add this to something. And that way, by virtue of equipping it, we don't need to ever have to find it. We don't have to find out if we're holding the blood ring, because when we equip the blood ring, it added this to the accessory thing. The only thing is then we need a script for it. To attach the code to the ring. Does seem a little bit unwieldy, but also, I don't know. I could extend accessory to make the ring. Like I could extend, no, that doesn't seem right. Making a new script file for every single accessory that I want to do something with doesn't seem smart. I know like it's probably like nice, best practices wise, to be able to compartmentalize it that way. But like, why not just make a big switch statement at a certain point? Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's more just like, I have the scriptable objects and they're good because I can assign them to things in the game world. And then I can have the player pick up a ring and then put the ring in their equipment list and then find the ring in their list. It's more just here on the behavior side, on the logic side. I really just want to say, hey, have you got this accessory? Do this. But you could do that a bunch of different ways. Anyway. All right, let's just do it the shitty way for now. It's just, I have to give it a name now that's different to what it is. Like I have to call it something, like I have to say blood ring. I don't want, if I do it the other way where I put scripts on the objects, I never have to refer to it. I just say, hey, object, do your function, rather than, hey, are you blood ring? It's fine. Like if I want to change the name of it later, you know? But anyway. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be fine. So I'll just say like, ban, and then I'll say There you go. 5% every time. Effect tag? Nah, it's probably not necessary. All right, well, let's see if this does anything. So now the only issue with that was that now I have to go to Armin and I have to go to Stat Effect Manager and I have to put on the crimson band there. And there's gonna be an ever-growing list of things that go in this for now. Oh, hello. Hi. Yeah, sure. Thank you. It's about to get loud in here, chat. Thanks, Goldie. This is my 8th year on the project. Well, this year marks 8 years. It's actually kind of my 9th year. Maybe. One more. One more. Okay. I think we're good. I think I know what I'm doing. I just need to set up a scenario where you can have these things. Let's go do it. And it might be time now to actually put this system into the game. I do have a good mic. So that we can actually use it. Is it time to make a fork? I think it is. Oh no! I need to revert that. Wait. Wait. I want to roll it back. Hey, welcome. What is the right thing here? Is it not revert? And I want to stash everything that's in this, but doesn't seem to do what I want it to do. You know what? It's fine. I'm going to go back over to this. I'm going to merge this into that. And then from here, I'm just going to keep working on equip system. It's fine. All right. So here is our equip system. There it is. We need to move this equip menu Tetris into the main game. Pardon me. So to do that, we need to go into game menu. And then equipment is this one. And I think we can literally just take it away. Put it here instead. And then in the system, in the canvas, we take this, we put it here, although this menu has what? This is going to be called sure. I don't know if that does what I wanted it to do. Yeah, and that's not going to work anymore. Good resources on how to structure / design games. Oh gosh, it's a huge topic. Huge, huge, huge. Let's see if this actually works. I don't think it will straight away, but we'll get something. Nope. Okay. So I guess that the UI has our grid system on the system page. And then inside of this, we've got the individual grid options, and then this equipment does what? There it is. Forward makes equipment go, but it should be system pause menu, select page, equipment. So instead that needs to select page this guy. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, we got something. Okay, not bad, not bad. Now, why have we not focused? Oh, because on awake, we need to focus something. So coming back here. We need to do the thing that we currently do on our, we have like a tester in one of the scenes here. And the tester is running some functions that we need to do, just generally speaking. So this is the first thing, just open menu, I guess. That should also happen when we just on enable a thing of type menu controller. I guess not necessarily. All right, well, we'll try it here. Okay, it's on. We're actually there. Lots of stuff's broken, but it's a good start. This I do not understand. Animator, it belongs to the pointer. Sprite renderer belongs to animator. The sprite renderer, yeah, they're both public and they're both set at editor time in the inspector. So if I go to game system, unless I'm wrong, there's your pointer. Pointer has an animator already. That's right. But I did do that. I'm on this now. I'm about to, what's the word? Everything up until this branch. I haven't started the branch yet. The branch fork exists, but I haven't done anything that I wouldn't want on there just yet. The next commit will be the one. See you, Spectra. Hey, Sir Lancer. This is Unity. Let's say I have an image of a scene with a ground, wall, window, etc. What's the best way to extract or make a tile map from it? I don't know. I'd have to see the image. Yeah, so like that already has your animator. And your animator already has the sprite renderer. So what's the problem? Like what's not set to an instance of object? This is hard-coded. That's hard-coded. There's nothing else that could be different. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure that's how game objects work. Oh. Wait, is there more than one of these in the game? How many of these pointers are there? That might be a thing. That might be why I'm confused. Hey, Kirkwood. My poem? Yeah, I think I want to like... Is it not ping? I could also just search for the pointer.
All hail Adam, the one true king, of whom all pixel artists sing, and game developers adore, on every mountain, plain and shore. There's never been a king more fair, with long and luscious rockstar hair, who's always here to help and share his gifts with artists everywhere. So go wishlist in...
Oh, it got cut off. Let me finish. So go wishlist insignia, because it would be really a big deal to help keep morale up high for everybody's favorite guy. And when the game will be released, the whole dev team can have some peace. Thank you so much. Thanks, Kirkwood. Beautiful. Okay, so there are multiple pointers in the game right now.
Because you took 1 second to click, which gave Steam's algorithm a kick. This game has taken 8 long years, but wishlisting, well, that is quick. Now that you've heard this simple song, do one side quest, what could go wrong? Even if you don't buy the game, someone else might because you came.
That's beautiful. And wishlisted, which helped a lot. So every human, elf, and bot, please listen now and hear my plea. Help Adam with his destiny. Did GPT write that poem? Was that an AI poem?
Help
Definitely.
all the artists on the team to finish our king's lifelong dream. To write this song, it took a while, but just one click from you is all it would take to make some hardworking good people smile. I mean, what are you waiting for? Go be a hero, click and score. Up on that hill is where it's at. Come join the
team. You're up at bat. Come back and tell us when you did. Therefore you do. But before you do, life's just quite mid. It feels so good. 1 sec, it's done. You've helped the game, returned and won. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and bring that page up right now, so you can all see it. This is the wishlist page for Insignia.
I wish you all a happy quest, because you're all the very best to help this team and do this simple thing. For Adam Y, our benevolent pixel pal and king.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirkwood. This is the Steam page for Insignia. You should wishlist the game if you haven't already. It helps me out, and I'll think you're a hero if you do. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. Try to use static instead of public. Oh, I mean, it's not, you know, it's they're different things. So I just need to turn off this menu. No GPT? Wow. I'm impressed then. You did a good job. Well, that looks good, except for whatever the hell that is. I think it's literally just this menu focus thing. If I just turn everything off on it. Yeah, that's better. But now it feels like I should just delete it. Okay, good, good. Good, good. But I'm not, I guess I need to set up the page first. Nice. Okay, it works. We got the ring. Uh-oh. Yeah, because I gave the player all the items. Back to finishing my taxes. Taxes. Okay. Yeah, but there's nothing there. Which is fine. That's a null state. That's okay. So now we need to have a crimson ring in the level. Crimson band, I should say. Then we can equip it. Now it's equipped. Let's see if it works. Can I cut your half in two? Yeah, we're gaining HP every hit. It works. Oh, nice, Godo. I mean, nice, Godo. Nice, Kirkwood. I'm only paying half the attention I should be. So that's really cool that we got it working. The next thing I'd like to do. Hi, Adam. When did you start programming and when did you start with art, selling art? I don't really sell my art. How much has AI tools increased your productivity? A little. Yeah, making a game does take a lot of effort. So we actually just like literally equipped an item, put it in the thing, and then we got the effect working. You know what we don't have, which we need in Insignia? We need the bottom, this here, to show your items that you've got, your effects down here. Or maybe it should be above for my case. It could go here, this in the souls spot. The soul patch. In fact, there's a better way to do this. You literally just take a screenshot of the game at 640 by 360. How many hours? Thousands. Thousands of hours. Easily. Like at least 5, 10, 15,000 hours maybe? Somewhere up there. It would be a lot. More than 5. I've already got like 10 in Sprite. It's pretty close actually. It's getting closer. We just need some funding at the moment to bring the team back on. That's probably too big. I think that's good enough. I wonder if these should have like little tokens or something behind them, little like, or is that just too much visual chrome? Well, you'd need breathing room for this to work. You need to be out there at least, and then you'd come in. I think it's probably too much. Oh, thanks, Kirkwood. You mean in the jam in Ludum Dare? It was. It's always a really anxiety-inducing thing for me to do sound effects and music. I just don't feel comfortable doing it. But then sometimes I just pull something out of my rear end and it sounds good. Like I've got experience. I just don't, I'm out of practice. That's kind of what it is. So like I used to, like I know how to do stuff, but I've just like forgotten. Like a better way to put it would be, I've done a lot of that stuff before. I just forgot how. But then doing it makes it a bit easier to remember. So, you know. Working with you? I mean, I've got a team. I probably could have. The thing is, for a game jam, it's very much, for me, Ludum Dare specifically is like a little bit of a personal thing. There is a version of the jam that is a team-based event, and there's a version of the jam that's a solo event. And for me, though it would definitely alleviate stress to work in the team version of the jam, it's a different thing at that point. You know, it becomes a different event to me. And I have competed with music producers collaboratively in Ludum Dare, but I sort of have a different mindset when I'm doing that. It's sort of like a different event at that point. It's more about, you know, connections and building something with other people than it is me testing my personal endurance or like abilities or whatever. So like for me, it being stressful to do the Ludum Dare compo like that and doing the music like that, all of what I experienced on the weekend, last 2 weekends ago, that's by design. That's on purpose. You know, I want that stress because I'm testing myself. But obviously I don't do that for Insignia because I've got a team for that when I can afford them. Is this project in a state to be put on Kickstarter? It's almost there, yeah, if I want to. This is Insignia, yep, correct. I'd probably be doing UX design because that's what I used to do. It's the closest thing to game dev that's not game dev, in my opinion. Or game design, I suppose I should say. Yeah, I mean, it's not just that, Kirkwood. It's also like a disqualifying factor. You cannot do the compo with more than one person. Like, it's not up to me, you know. If I want to apply for that, if I want to compete in that string of the jam, you have to do it alone. You can't do it in teams. Yeah. That's why, like, actually a couple of people submitted some music and was like, during the jam. I was like, would you like to use the music that I produced for you? And I literally couldn't say yes. Like it would disqualify me from the jam if I was to accept it. It's not just a pride thing. But my reasons for entering that string of the jam are definitely pride related, for sure. I think it's kind of like, I would say, because I can, I should. You know, not many devs can do that. So because it's possible for me to do it, I should be doing it, because it's something that it's notable, it's noteworthy. You know, it's like, if you have the chops to even try to compete in the compo version of Ludum Dare, then that puts you in a category that probably means that, like, I don't know how to put it. It's not a pedigree thing. It's more just like you know, you've worked this hard to get these skills. Now you get a chance to flex them, you know? Among peers who also are in that position. Yeah. Oh, I probably would too, honestly, Elzak. If I had this the motivation, if I had the time to do that, then I probably would have as well. I think my game would have been a really good entry if it had another day. I think it's a good entry as it is, but it could have been really, really nice. I just didn't have the time for it, unfortunately. And I actually would consider going back to it as a project. If I have any other time, I would consider it. What do you think about this? And then maybe we do like this as well. And then like maybe this. The different items. I still feel like maybe this needs an outline anyway. This stream's a vibe. Thank you. Welcome. The perspective's very different. I mean, it is different. Yeah, for sure. So what would be the asset size for this thing? I mean, this could also just live where it is, just underneath, but I feel like giving it a little bit of something just gives it, I don't know, just a bit of something. We're looking at 13. Could we go 16 by 16 as a max? Did I write any code when I did UX design? When I was a UX designer, I would do very little code, but only because I could. Like we had to do, for example, we had this client who had they were a TV client, like a Fox or like a. Actually, I think I can tell you who it is. It was Rogers in Canada. So like the equivalent of like what do you guys use, like not AT&T in the US, like Xfinity or whatever. Who is the major cable provider in the US? Whoever it is. Anyway, in Canada it's Rogers, Verizon, Comcast, exactly, Comcast. So like Rogers we were selling them on this prototype for their TV navigation, for the channel navigator, and I was producing a prototype for that. And we actually had a guy who was like a front end designer who was doing a separate prototype to me on a different aspect of the product, and we worked side by side. So I did a little bit of code, some yeah, I did some prototyping, like JavaScript stuff, just to get kind of like this stuff, this like point-to-point movement, where you've got like you got a controller in your hand, you're pressing up, down, left, right, okay. I was doing that for like the channel selector. So we had like different videos playing in the background when you press, you know, we did this thing in Foxtel, which is our version of Comcast, where you would have like the current channel. This is the channel. And then you would have, this is time. So you have like the different programs coming up. And then you would have the next and previous channels kind of in the list, just peeking off the edge, ... So you would go up, up, up to go through the channels, and then you would go forward and back to go through time in the channel list. This is like, I don't know, 2012, 2014 kind of time. So we would, and I prototyped a thing that did this basically. It's just something. And we had just like videos playing in the background. Whenever you pressed up, it would cycle to the next one and that kind of thing. And then, you know, you press a button and open up a menu to do something, whatever. Because back at the time, I think a lot of earlier ones were like, you would have the channel list like this, and then you might have like a picture-in-picture of what's playing on the current channel that you're watching. Yeah, the company I worked for designed this feature, and including me, we were kind of just porting something we'd already built. We were like selling the same sort of design method, the design model, but I was doing like a Rogers branded version of a prototype that you could play with. Yeah. I also, I did a few bits and pieces. I designed, so I contributed to the design of the current United Airlines seat back entertainment system. So that's currently in production, or not in production, in the skies. You can watch that. So like we designed like, you know, what happens when you sit down. We've got like there's like an arc here, and it's like, welcome to, like, this is your seat number 14F, and then it says like United, and then you've got like the, you know, continue or start, begin button or whatever. So like I was a UX designer at the time. So I was doing, I wouldn't design I wouldn't do the UI design on this stuff. Like I wouldn't literally be dealing with the colors and the textures. It was more just like, there will be a button here. We will show the seat number here. On the next screen, we'll show you the basic step-by-step, you know, series of things that you're going to do on this flight. So we show you the timeline of the flight. We're like, okay, first of all, we're going to have takeoff, and then there's going to be a meal, and then there's going to be something else, lights out, maybe, and then another meal later, and then we're going to land. And this is over X amount of hours. So I would design this. I don't know if I designed that myself, but it's a long time ago now. But like that kind of stuff. And then like the entertainment system. So we have like, you know, the burger menu on the top left. We've got the options that pop out. You've got movies. You click movies, you get another panel. That shows you the categories of movie. You click one of these, you go to this next screen, and that shows you, you know, the movies as pack shots. That's like, I worked on the team that designed that. And I did that for like a few different airlines and a few different companies, broadcast companies. as well. So Figma, we didn't even use Figma at the time. It didn't exist. We used a little bit of like Sketch just came out, but before that it was like Photoshop. I used Axure. So Axure is like a prototyping tool. It's kind of like Unity, but for the web, actually. It's pretty similar to a game engine. Let me see if I got a screenshot here. So Axure is like, you've got your like scene editor. That's this. You've got an inspector on this side. You can add functions and stuff. You can write your own code, custom code in here as well. You have objects that you can drag in, and then you can click on the game objects, the scene, you know, the web objects, and you can assign interactions to them, or you can add, you know, whatever. So it's kind of, you know, it's not so far from a game engine. It's just, it's not like a web design tool. Like you wouldn't publish a website using this. It's more like just a prototyping tool that uses HTML and gives you, you know, a little bit of, you know, CSS and HTML to style some things. But most of the time I would design, you know, just basic blocks. This is like UX wireframing iconography. So like in UX design, an image usually looks like this. You can do something like that little mountain with the sun behind it. And then like text usually looks like this. And then like a button, you know, you would have this, and you might do a little bit of an extra little depth thing underneath it. That's like a button. And so you would build up the UI first as this, as a bunch of little, you know, icons sitting around a screen. And then you would do like a second level prototype where you would fill in actual information in these. You might have actual images that you use from some database. And then when you, yeah, it's a wireframe, a wire prototype, exactly. And then we would do user testing. So you actually have people come to the office and sit down, and you put it on a device, and you let them go through, and you ask them questions to prompt them through a schedule, and then you record it, and then when you validated the concept or whatever, then you start documenting it, and then as it would be built, so that the, you know, our engineers could build it. So I was a designer, but I wasn't really an artist or a programmer. I was a designer. But I mean, that's how I started. But I didn't learn code there. I was coding at uni and in high school as well, a little bit. What's my view on Godot? Yeah, I've tried it. I like Godot. The only problem I have with it is that it's just not quite robust enough to do the things that I want to do without significant workarounds or learning or like unlearning certain things that I do in Unity much more easily. So I think it just needs some more time, but it's good. If you're making something really small, like a jam game, it's great. Even like small to medium sized games, pretty good. Now, where was I? We have the menu working, I think. You can pick this up. Oh, that's right. We were doing the little UI extension for this thing. So I think 15 by 15 would be the right way to do it. How's the wish lists coming? They're coming. Yeah, I think we cracked 3,000 on the 10th day, which is pretty good so far. It's probably going to slow down from here significantly until the next event or announcement. I haven't really even announced it yet. There's no like video on my YouTube channel saying wishlist insignia. It's just me midway through the last video that I put out being like, hey, it's available now. So obviously I promote it a lot here on stream. So let's call this 15 by 15, which is thank you so much. Where am I? Yeah, I mean, being a YouTuber myself makes it pretty easy, but for sure, it's nice to get other opportunities. Like I did a podcast with Thomas Brush a couple of weeks ago. That was a big help. Actually, I had a great opportunity, and it's what made me make the Wishlist page go live, was streaming with the Primeagen for a week. If the Wishlist page was live then, I think we'd be at 5K already. That was such a red hot opportunity. I think it did help still, like in the time since. We've got more viewers now on stream. It's been great. So I just got to keep doing more of that. The vibe coding thing? Yeah, I was there. Yeah, if you watch those VODs, I'm sitting there in the corner doing pixel art the whole time. It was good fun. We'll be doing some more art for them soon. So, do I make an index of these? I think so. I think I might call this like new tag. I'm gonna call this like Crimson. It was really fun. Where does this go? Ensigns, game menu. Where have I got all my accessories? They'll be somewhere. Let's find them. Sprites, item, accessories. Oh, that's pretty straightforward, huh? Sprites, item, accessories. Status, effect, icons. Maybe that's a separate thing. Screen effects, set dressing, tile sets, tools, UI, wildlife. I guess there's effects, but that's not really... Well, maybe. I'll make a new one called status. Or like equipment effects. How many gigabytes? Like 1. It's not that big. Okay. What would you like to be improved or fixed? I wish they would just go back to all their features and just do the last 10% of polish on all of them. I agree, Kelos. That would have been a bit sad if I wasn't able to do that. Hey, Fred Eric Schultz. Thank you. Okay. So I think maybe we need a new script that just handles the HUD and has all the icons in it. That's probably the best way to do this. So let's go here. Let's go HUD container. Let's make a new game object called HUD status effects. Or just status effects. Hey, the Simane. So this is going to create a list, I guess. When I export PNG from my game, my image become blurry. Is it blurry in your game engine or in Windows? It might be blurry when you look at it in Windows because it's so small and Windows tries to make it look sharper. And it might be blurry in Unity or your game engine because you have bilinear filtering set on. So like, if you're inside of Unity, when you click on an item, like an image, like this, you need to set filter mode to point. That will make it look sharp again. Okay. All right, now I'd like to do this and take this and bring it over here and go here and go 16 by 16 and go like this, and it's not big enough, go 20 by 20, but also not, well, we can sprite canvas size 21 by 21, yucky, odd numbers, but we actually have to do it. It is blood. Yeah, fire. If I was doing fire in that space, I would do it like this. I'd probably tear into it a little bit. And I'd maybe add another little like that. And then I would make this lighter. And maybe shred that a bit too. That's closer to fire. Maybe even one more. Blood, fire. Okay. Now, I'm using Unity 2020 2.3. I'm imagining I've got a canvas here. Yep. Jeez. Maybe these should be inside of this. Okay. Okay. I never really thought about it like seriously, because for me, it's pretty. I think I know what kind of brand I want the game to have. So I'm quite confident about what I want people to think about it. And pixel art key art tends to be a little less, it just kind of looks a little cheap, I think, sometimes. Maybe that's just my bias. Do you feel that way, chat? Where am I says, what do you think of Godot having one script per object? I think it's great. I think composition is a really, really, really powerful model for designing like games, basically. I think it's great, and I don't think it's bad at all. It's kind of how I approach making things in Unity, actually. So I like it. Yeah, that's the real reason. Pixel art works at the resolution it was designed at and whole multiples of that. But if you're trying to use it in Steam, like you got to use the little capsule art, and then the big art, and then the background art, and then the portrait art. It's so many different like assets. It's really, really ugly when you have when it doesn't scale correctly. Stardew Valley gets away with it, I think, because I think it's a really good question. Why does Stardew Valley get away with it? I think maybe it's something to do with the fact that the protagonist is not really a hero, and you don't play as the protagonist, as in there's no like named character who you're supposed to kind of relate to. Like I think of Insignia, and I think about like the brand of Insignia, and the character Armin is a big part of the brand. Now we were talking about like for Stardew Valley, it's literally the chicken is the icon that they use. And I guess that works for Stardew. But in Insignia, if I just put an enemy as the icon, I feel like it wouldn't say enough. It wouldn't describe the game well enough. So because I've got like a main character, drawing that character in a way that's not pixel art it helps you get into the headspace of what the game feels like more than the pixel art would. I don't know. I'm trying here to figure out an answer, but I don't really have a strong one. Like I was talking to a friend of mine over the weekend. We were doing this game showcase, and his game is a party game. Actually, I'm going to shout it out. I'm going to plug Nick's game. I need to remember what it's called. Space party game anti-gravity. What's this game called? Which way up? There you go. Yeah, it's my friend Nick's game. It's like imagine kind of like Smash Brothers meets Mario Party meets Mario Galaxy. It's out now. You can buy this. I don't think I know Lens Island. Hang on. Let me do this proper service. So, Nick, when he demos the game, he has little like 3D printed amiibos of these characters. Like they're like little characters like this big, and they're so cute. I love them. And I was thinking like, oh, wouldn't it be cute to have like the different Insignia characters, versions of that for Insignia? If I didn't have a style for Insignia that existed outside of the pixel art as well as inside, I don't think I'd be able to do that. Like that extended merchandising kind of thing. I feel like HD art gives you that, like having a version of your game that exists outside of the pixel art gives you much more space to explore. Like if you think about Minecraft is so beholden to its pixel art aesthetic. Like you literally can't show Minecraft in any context if you're not thinking in blocks and pixels of the blocks, which is, I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's its brand is pretty strong, but I feel like for some games, it would hold it back. Yeah, Which Way Up's a fun game. You should go get it. Thank you. Cool. Let's keep going. I don't have much time today, but I want to see what happens if I want to do like a multitude of these. I guess I would just offset every second one, right? I would just do this and then go doop. Yeah, maybe. So we add one every 14 pixels, and then we descend by We could do 10. Might be the best way to do it. Or maybe 8. That's pretty good. 14 and 8. Cool. Let me just try this a little bit. Just 0, 14, 28, 42. It's a little strange. It's quite a lot on screen, isn't it? It's a bit much. On every aspect, it's just so heavy up there. Do you feel that way? It's a lot of visual stuff. Yeah, I'm taking away the backgrounds. That's not bad. That I can live with, but I almost want to take a pixel off them each in width and height. The thing is, I do want players to have that same thing they have in Dark Souls where they associate, you know, when you're watching someone run around in Dark Souls, you can actually see what their build is with this. There's so few pixels here. It's tiny at this point. Like I'm losing fidelity a little bit. I don't think I could take off much more than that. Yeah, we could bring them closer together, but not much more. Got to be tighter than that. Oops. Yucky. Oh, it's these things. There we go. Oh, right. Yeah. I see what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, that's not quite right either. Something like that, probably. Oh. Wait, what? No. Can't stand it. What is going on? How did you get 22 out of this? How did you get 22? I literally wrote 27 and then hit save. Maybe I clicked out too quickly. Yeah, we need like 4 more pixels down and then an extra 2 pixels of gap between each of them. Like make this like, and like 31 and then like 0. Yeah. I think it's going to have to be something like that. Hey, Super Chief. Pixel Perfect camera. I don't. I've got a video about it actually. I honestly, the most pixel perfect stuff in the game is that anything that's on the playing space, I do try to snap. But even the main character, I sort of don't. So like more like buildings and objects in the scene, I'll put them on the same pixel space. But anything in the background, I let that move freely. So let's just do a few here. The UI layer does match with the play space to a degree, depending on the zoom level. The point is to not make it look awkward. That's the most important thing. Having it be pixel perfect everywhere definitely won't make it look awkward, but you can get away with some levels of mixels depending on how delicately you handle it. It's a bit of a tightrope walk. I wouldn't just say, it doesn't matter, because it does matter. It just doesn't matter for it to be perfect everywhere. Like my game, a big part of it is that the game camera zooms. If I was trying to be pixel perfect, I'd have to violate that, right? So like here, the size of these pixels needs to be constant all the time. The size of these pixels are going to change. Yeah. When I walk up to Mum here, we just zoomed in. So like now this cannot be the same as this if it's the same as this. Now, if you look, yeah, these pixels do align. Like the cello here, those pixels are, I think, the same size as these pixels. I think. But they might not even be. Because there's another zoom level when we leave. Where we go out even further. I think they're aligned with these pixels. Yeah, like the bird there, you can see it's moving exactly underneath the blood drop there. So that's perfect. That's pixel perfect. But the camera itself is not positioned on a pixel perfect spot because you can see here there's less than one, you can't see it there, but at the seams of the screen, there's like slivers of a pixel just shown here and there. It's just too, you have to allow for some things to move off the grid. Yeah, I personally don't really like the way that Dave the Diver looks, if I'm just putting that out there. I think there's too many pixels in that game. But it's just, it's not about perfection, it's just about what looks good. Maybe we'll do something like a shield or something. I don't know. Maybe there's like health regen, and that's a green process or something. Scene graph. It's because I designed it. It doesn't exist outside of Insignia. We're actually user testing. I have a meeting tomorrow with Elzak, who's a chatter here, where we'll be talking about working on this for the sake of releasing it. It is basically my world map of the game and also my editor for the world map. So it's how I design the levels and link them up, and how I get around the game as I'm navigating it. So like if I want to load up a different scene, I just double click on the scene and go to that one. Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do on it, but it's getting there. It's pretty powerful. I like it a lot. So should these be animated? I mean, they're kind of cool, but it does take away a little bit of the something about it. It's sort of, I don't like it. I don't like looking up there and seeing them. My perfectly clean UI is like now tainted by these sprites. I mean, they're pretty clean already. Like they are what they are. Inspiration name wise. I've been so busy, Elzak. I haven't had a chance. Like if I take the outlines away, I don't think that's going to help either. Yeah, I'll have to do some of that homework tonight. We're chatting tomorrow, right? So there's that. I don't like it. I thought this would look good. I really looked at it and thought that would look good. I don't know why it didn't work. It looks great to me from here. Yeah, that was small ocelot. No, that's not the same red cross. It's not the same. It's a different cross that happens to be red. The red cross doesn't have another red cross inside of it, and it's not on a white background, so... I get to do what I want. I know what you're trying to say. I know. I'm not listening. Alternatively, we could do something like this. Well, I don't live in Geneva, so they can just put that in their pipe and smoke it. No, that would be Figma. That might be a little better. Just giving it just a solid thing in the back. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe with the stroke on each of them. That's probably not, it's probably like my least, I hate that one the least so far. But it's not, I don't like it still. Can't stand it. I don't know why. It just feels like it's so in the way. I mean, we could try moving it entirely. You know, we could just put it up here. That's somehow better. But I feel like it needs to be like, I feel like it needs to be part of the solid object that is the thing above it, that the rest of the Chrome. It's going to be really hard to get that right. I don't know how. I almost don't want there to be any gap between this and whatever it is. I quite dislike there being the empty space. I feel like that creates it makes it really jarring between the two. So like it would need to sit really tight in there. Even something like that. Not that I would necessarily do this per se, but like that's better. That's much better, actually. Because at least now it feels like one thing. Yeah, I can kind of live with that. And then hopefully We could put this That's not how I would do it. What am I talking about? This just needs to go like this. Oh, boom. That's pretty close. And then if I hide one of these, it should get smaller. No, not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, well, I'll get there. I don't want to animate them yet. I haven't even validated the concept yet. I think these need a bit more padding. So actually this should be 0. And then I should go here. I should put padding like 2 and then 2 on the right as well. I don't know what's going on here. That's a bit weird. Hey, Imindios, thank you so much for the sub. I don't even know what is this off by? It's off by some fantastic amount. But like these numbers are all fine. Oh, it might be that this isn't right. Hang on. Oh yeah, it's this. And then actually this was correct all along. Okay. Well, as long as you've got like, I think that's fine. I would give it even more breathing space, like more pixels. Maybe not more there, but more on the other axes. Yeah, that's looking pretty good now. Hey, sponge bloop? Like SpongeBob? Sponge boop? Thank you for the sub. The tower defense game? I mean, I did a 48-hour game jam straight after when I got back home, so I'm used to it actually. I take my time with this game, but I'm pretty experienced at blitzing a game out in a short amount of time. Cool. Well, I think this concept works. I think I'm going to stick with it for now. And what we'll do is I will make this essentially disappear. The entire thing will go away. Hey, Lazy T, thank you so much for the sub. Sponge Bloop, thanks for the follow. That's what it was, a follow. So I can make this all go away, and then as soon as you get, and I can actually put it up a bit higher so that it goes, can't go behind, it has to go in front. Maybe in front of the health. It doesn't matter either way, does it, at that point? So, what we're going to do is public what is it? What are these? Are they just images? If they're just images, then we can save a bunch of energy and just drop them on here. Get rid of the containers. And they're way too high now. What happened? Oh, because the container was taller. Something like that. Why is that 1 and that 2? That makes very little sense to me. I don't know if I get that. Maybe because it's center aligned. It should be top aligned. What? 7.5. I hate that. I hate it. Okay, but that's fine. So, these are just a bunch of images, I guess. So how do we do this? The stat effect manager determines, I guess we need a list of all status effects. I suppose we would do that when we equip an item. So the stat effect manager currently has a list of equipped accessories. When we add a new accessory, there's no event or anything like that. So maybe we should have one. Like game system, game data. We've got item added. We have item removed. Oh, we should do that. And what does the bool signify here? Whether or not we showcase it. Oh, that's okay. That can go away here. So, but that's not quite right. It's not item added. It's accessory equipped. No. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Oh, I'm literally there already. What the heck? Okay, sure. And then this. It's not even that really. It's like respond to effect change or something like that. I guess it's just this. Calculate stats, like. Oh, thanks, Dimey. I think we should do it every time we calculate stats. And in fact, this is, what does this do? This is a stat effect manager, and it goes through, when you add the effects, it does some stuff. Where's the blood ring thing that I was doing? Trigger blood ring effect. That's just there, right? So it's not even really this. It's that this HUD stat effect manager needs to say game system dot data dot equip on equip dot add listener check status effects. So every time we pick up an item, and actually every time we lose one on unequip, we should do the same thing. Should be on remove. Unequip is fine. I'm going to hate that later though. I'm going to come looking for it and be confused when it's not remove accessory. Equip might stay. Okay, so for each accessory A in, for each string S in game system dot data dot gear dot equipped accessories, game system dot keys, game system dot accessories by GUID S dot. So the thing is, this is tough. The accessories have effects. The effects have sprites. Should you be able to get the effect without having the accessory? Because if that's the case, then I shouldn't have the accessory sprite. I shouldn't have the effect sprite be a property of the accessory. Like, is the vampirism effect? Oh, one sec, pals. All right, I gotta go, pals. Any advantage of using Unity over Godot? Yeah, tons. It's just a much bigger software suite with way more features. And it does porting to different platforms much easier. It's got way more support from developers. It's just much further along in its life cycle. If this accessory has an effect that we want to show in the icons, get it now. Clear all of the effects first. Yeah, I don't even just mean in like graphics department. I mean like basic tools and features of the engine. Approximate ETA. When it's ready. Still need to do another funding round and then more development after that. Okay, pals, I gotta go. This was fun. I'll catch you all in a little bit. Tomorrow. Actually, we're going to work really hard. What about for the demo? I don't know if I'm releasing that right after it's done. I'm sending it to publishers. If we do a Kickstarter, I will release it as part of the Kickstarter. But for now, it's not designed to be necessarily like, I'm not planning on a public release just yet. It's not on my current deadline. It's possible. Hey, what you can do is wishlist insignia, though. You could definitely wishlist it if you're interested. Look at that. The more people wishlist, the more I'll be convinced I should probably be getting it out there. And the more I can convince publishers that it's worth getting it out there. Let's raid Booyah. They were just here. Thanks, pals. It was a pleasure. Thanks to those of you on Twitch and on YouTube. You are all great. How many wish lists? We're past 3K in the last week and a half since we published it, which is pretty cool. Happy with that. But we can't stop now. We've got to get to 20K ASAP. That would be awesome. Thanks, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow. This was a pleasure. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.